And there we go, the microphone is on. Welcome everyone. Happy Saturday, June the 10th of 2023. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And welcome to all of you. I'm glad to have you on board today. I see we've got a few less than we normally do, but that is okay. We'll get at things and say hi to everyone right away. First off, hello to our moderators. We have Arizona Snowman and Piggy. Piggy, who is back in her sty with her broken femur. Hopefully she'll get that fixed in no time. And let's see, who else we got? C&D Boy, Bob, of course. And let's see, maybe Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, possibly Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, or Mona Lisa Smiles as well. And that's our moderators. Welcome, moderators. Glad to have you guys on board and all good. Thanks for being here. And let's see, first person in today again, the same one as yesterday, Hermione and Fluffy. They move quick. They're medieval people that move quickly. Congratulations, Hermione and Fluffy, for being first. Awesome. And we'll get at saying hello. By the way, what's on the screen is our wonderful Helima crater, Kilauea volcano. And this, of course, is from about 5:07 a.m. I thought it looked a little bit better with the lava flow. I will show you this, though, in a time lapse, which makes it look even better shortly. First, we'll say hello to everyone, so let's get at that. Start out with saying hi to Kananaskis Country and Kevin Haynes, and of course Sue Hayes is here. Got your report, Sue. Thank you. And Henry Nelson is here. Of course, we already got Piggy, our wonderful moderator, who's behaving in the sty. Hermione and Fluffy, and we already got as well. They got the cookies and the mouse. I'm running out of mice, Hermione. Epically Epic is back. Kananaskis Country on board. Our wonderful King Colin there. And we got Kevin already. Cynthia saying, we missed you, Dr. Fox. All right, thanks, Cynthia. And scrolling up looking for others. We got the King, we got Sue, we got Hermione. All right. Brian, Perfectibility 999, also on board. Layla is here. Welcome, Layla. And who else we got in here that I may have missed? We got Cynthia already, so that's okay. Linda Schoof, I'm busy doing the lawn mowing, window cleaning, dishwashing, cooking, everything else that needs to be done. And glad that you could be here, Linda. Thank you. And let's see, what else? Who else we got? We got Henry Nelson, of course. We got already. Dan is in the house. Welcome, Dan. And still scrolling up, looking for possibly seeing some other names in here. Gaines is also here. Welcome, Gaines. And still scrolling upward and not seeing anymore. Okay, all the way to the top, and I don't see any other names. Alba Girl on the bottom here, though. I see. Welcome, and good to have you on board. And let's see, did I miss anyone in here? No, I think we're all good. If I didn't say hi to you, it's not on purpose. We sometimes miss names, so if we didn't say hi, speak up. If you're sitting in the lurkers lounge, I never see you, that kind of thing. So you're welcome to pop in and say hello and that kind of stuff. Anyway, looking at what we see on the screen, of course, and that is our wonderful Kilauea. And as mentioned, I do have a time lapse that I did of this scene, and I think the time lapse really looks a lot better. It's about what? You forgot a thistle. Woof woof. Okay, sorry thistle. I forgot that you're there. I didn't realize you're there. And Lena too. All right. Thistle, behave. Calm down, Thistle. All right, here comes the video. I got to turn off that banner first. And let's start it out. Doesn't look much different when we start, but once it gets going, it certainly does look a lot better. And I love the flow on this. I'm going to be posting this one later after the show. And I did this up beforehand here, and I thought it looks pretty cool to see that river of lava just flowing away. And then, of course, the side vent on the hill there on the right side looks pretty awesome. So I don't know. You almost need music to it. Kind of a sparkly scene as the lava progresses down. It's running at 64 times regular speed, and that's kind of a nice looking river. I find it kind of neat also looking over at the old lava pond, which is kind of a, I don't know, weird tree shape or bird or something now, I don't know, but it's bubbling like crazy as well. So very, very cool to see that, the way it's flowing through there. Yep, that pond does look cool. It's kind of interesting though to see. We know that the lava used to originate in the West Lava Vent. Now we've got it coming up on the southern side from the looks of things. So it's pretty cool, pretty awesome. And that vent over there on the southern, well, it's more like southwest, but that southwest corner there, that looks pretty cool. I like that. Just keeps going and going. And of course, that would be a parasitic vent of some type that has come up through the material underneath there. Obviously, it found an easy path. So looks cool. Anyway, not sure what else to describe this as, but it's pretty awesome. You know, and I don't know. With some music, I think we got to find the right kind of song for this, and then post it. And of course, it is what I got 3 minutes and 51 seconds long. That's 4 hours, is it? Yeah, 4 hours crunched into 3 minutes and 57 seconds. So that is pretty cool to see that movement. Okay, yeah, I'm boring now. Everyone wants to see what it looks like at the real thing. So we'll leave this guy be. You guys can always watch this later on. They are moving the camera around a little bit. This is live now from Helemaumau crater, and they're scanning, looking for things. And interesting to see that, you know, down here we've got a bunch of rough stuff. It makes you wonder, and did the flow kind of cause some eruptive activity there? Tanto is on board. Welcome, Tanto. Nice to see you. Oh, they're zooming in. No, nothing there. No bodies, nobody. But the thing that they're looking at here, possibly overflow. And let me get my mouse working on this thing. And we'll point to that. In this area here, there's overflow. You can see it. It got over top of the edge. So it has spilled out. That is interesting, very, very interesting. You can see it just right at the edge here, and then here it overflowed in this area. So it's a good thing they moved their camera. Otherwise, they would have had one like in Iceland that got melted and floated away. Pretty awesome. Let's see what else they've got there. Well, so far there's just sitting there. While they're sitting there, let's do a quick volcano report. And we'll see if we can bring that to a larger shot, like there. Okay, so Kilauea volcano update, new spatter cones in the southwest crater wall. And they're referring to that, of course, which we were just looking at. And that is pretty awesome. I do have another video that I made of that area. I thought that looked pretty cool as well. We will take a look at what's going on there. But yeah, they're calling it a hornito in the on the right side there in the southwest crater wall. So that's pretty cool. And there you can see it depicted with the line pointing down at it. It is definitely a hornito. The way it's built up there, but it is from a parasitic vent, and you know, it's cool stuff. So anyway, what's it say? The effusive eruption within the Helemaumau crater remains active. The fountain continues in the summit caldera by by numerous small fountains on the western crater floor area and in the southwestern wall of the crater, or pit crater. So that's pretty much what's going on, and we can leave that there. Let's see if they moved it yet. No, didn't move the camera. Still looking at the overflow here, and I think that's what they're trying to see, how it is flowing over. And of course, when we're looking at it, is very slow, but you can see the other edges here. Definitely hasn't gone over that yet, just in this area. Definitely overflowed, and you can see here's the other edges that it hasn't gotten over top of yet, but definitely flowed out right there. So very cool to see that. Actually, I think their camera was over here originally. Let's go back to the other shot there, make it a little bit bigger. There you go. And of course, looking at what we've got here, the southwest lava pond, I'm surprised that it is still active. And you seen in that other time-lapse that flow across it, so pretty cool. And this guy actually has built up quite a bit. You can see the top. That's getting to be a pretty tall hornito. I'm not sure exactly how tall you want to call it, but it's definitely growing up. It's got a bunch of little holes in the side, though, unfortunately. Let's hope it keeps growing. That'd be pretty awesome, and fills up the holes, so we get a proper fountaining hornito in the corner. Pretty cool. And that is what we got there today. So while they're looking at that, I just want to scan over. We're going to look at the other shots here. Going to refresh that real quick. And from this view, yeah, you can kind of see it hadn't overflowed yet. This was from about 9:50. Current time now is 10:09. Oh, so last 10 minutes, yeah, it's been pushing. So that's actually something new that we were just looking at there. So pretty cool. And let's see, this is the long range shot now. That used to be the B1 cam used to be down here on the edge of the caldera. Actually, I think right about here. And they took it out of there. And of course, now they've got a justification because it has overflowed in that area and starting to get into the older portions of the caldera. Don't know if it's going to continue on. I don't believe that the rate of flow is enough to really inundate too much over here. This area here is actually lower from the looks of things, at least a good portion of it, not that top side, but this down here looks fairly low. So if we do get lava flow, it will go into there, and then after that reaches an equilibrium, or it gets to the height of the other edges, it'll spread out. Then we'll see more lava inundating this area. But hey, let's wait for the lava first, okay? So that is one of those things. Gonna redo that thermal. We'll take a look at it, and that looks pretty wild. There's the old West lava pond, and this one is from 10:08 Hawaii time. That's about 4 hours ago. And there you can see the bottom part there. Wonderful flow patterns. So pretty cool, and we'll leave that be. Go back to the live shot. Actually, I'm going to kill that one and go back here. They're still looking at the Hornito. So pretty cool. I guess that is good for right now with Helama-Uma'u. We will leave it be, and we will head on over to some other volcanic islands. How about Iceland is next? So let's do that. I have a new bathroom and entrance. A new bathroom and entrance. Oh boy, that is cool. All right, let's go over and take a look in Iceland, see what it is like today, and if we have anything erupting. Anyway, there is our wonderful Reykjavik, the capital city of Iceland. Looks not bad. Some broken cloud up top there, but not too bad looking. Let's go back about 9 hours, see what the day was like. And there we go. Not bad. And it changed it to 720p. I don't know why. There we go. Yeah, still that same kind of intermittent cloud. It does look like it's raining off in the distance. That was earlier. And of course, this is from the Perlin Center, and we'll go to our next shot. I'm going to put this back on live. That's the current situation. It is 8:12 p.m. there right now, so in the evening, still very light outside. And of course, this is the shot over at the regional airport. Problem is, the sun is up high, and we are getting silhouetted out. If we go back about 9 hours, that'll help that a little bit. We can see a little bit more. And there you go. It looks like there may be some intermittent showers coming down somewhere in those places, but looks like pretty good conditions there at the airport, as well as the Perlin Center. Looks a lot greener. I like it green. Looks better than that yucky wintertime brown. Looking over there, we can see Kilauea off in the distance, so visibility is not too bad. Let's put that back on live. There we go. Make it smaller. Go to the next shot, and this, of course, is our wonderful Reykjanes Peninsula, and that is right near the lighthouse. Is where the camera is taking the view from. We do see the steam geyser here, the primary one, and doing well. And then, of course, the power plant over on the other side. Then you can see some of those boxes there. Those are, of course, steam vents that they can open up. They've got piping all along here from the looks of it, but they can open it up if they've got too much steam to let some of that out. And off in the distance, you can see Grindavik, the buildings, just barely. You can see one of the towers right there, and that is pretty awesome. It's actually reflecting, and you can see the top of Ragnar right there right now, before the clouds get in the way again, or the steam, I should say. So that's it for this shot. Let's make that one smaller. Actually, hang on, I wanted to go back 9 hours, see what it looked like. I think about the same. Yeah, really not that much different. Yeah, visibility almost the same. The only thing is we've got the steam right where we don't want it. Anyway, we'll leave that one be. I'm going to put them back on live. We'll take a look at the next one. And that is our shot of Katla. And there you can see it. It is the ice coverings all over the top of it. Ice and snow, of course, and glacial type covering on the volcano. But it is underneath there. and that is a Katla. Beautiful looking scene there right now. If we go back about 9 hours, it wasn't that bad there then either. Some clouds in, but not too bad. And it looks like it may have rained during the night, and we see some puddles and stuff, but looks like everyone enjoying their day there. And let's leave that be. Get at our next one. That is back to live. Make it smaller and go to this one, and we'll see what that view looks like. Slightly different angle of a Katla, and the sun about to enter the screen there, making visibility poor, but that's okay. We can still see Katla quite clearly, and of course all the ice on top of the volcano. So pretty cool. Anyway, we'll leave that be, and we'll get over to our next item, and that is, of course, doing the harmonic tremor chart. I haven't looked at this yet today. I've been busy editing videos and went grocery shopping. And Piggy, those green things are grapes, okay? If you're going in my fridge, they're grapes. Seedless grapes, all right? Just, you don't have to pretend. Anyway, I just figured I'd... and the other thing is, in the bag, that's an onion, so don't bite into that. Anyway. Oh, Philadelphia. Yeah, seedless grapes, okay. Yep, we like those. Froster username, welcome. My coffee is nice. Oh, okay. Let seeks grapes. Oh no. Oh no, she's gonna go for all my grapes. Anyway, downward trend on our magmatic, our purple color here. Extremely low frequency, indicating that less activity. We also had seismicity dropping off. It kind of tried to level out though, from the looks of things, and we did have a decline in our tectonic action as well, but some spikes in there, indicating that we did have some quakes in the area. Let's leave Philadelphia. We'll go up to Askia and see what it was doing. And, oh, I went too far. There is Askia. And Askia, it's been trucking along here, doing about the same as, well, I don't know, just not quite yesterday. Yesterday was busier. Just chugging along from the looks of things. Everything is kind of rough, though. Still, we do notice a big separation between the two now, which before everything was right on top. So very interesting to see the frequencies split up a little bit again. And of course we are seeing some small spikes there, likely some little quakes in the area, and nothing major with our tectonic action. So let's leave it there. We will go take a look at the next one. That is Grimsey. Grimsey, of course, being way up in the northern end of Iceland, furthest inhabited point. Looking at our magmatic, we had an increase and a dip, and then it came back and came back down again. So a slow decline. Very interesting. Same kind of an affair there with our seismicity. I'm kind of, well, I'm thinking, because all three are about the same as far as the rise and so on, I'm thinking that is a tectonic movement, and almost mirrored here from the tectonic to the seismicity. So very, very cool, very interesting. So the plates are shifting. Ooh, a cheese, but not, what, posh enough for Thai. What? Come on, Piggy. That's a, oh, you only found the packaged cheese. Okay, you didn't find the cheese snacks. Those are the Black Diamond cheddar. They're in there though. You'll find them. You'll see them. Anyway, looking at what we've got here at Grindavik. 'Grindavik, of course, is to the southwest of Sketchfab. 'Grindavik, 'Grindavik, of course, is to the southwest of Sketchfab. 'Grindavik, 'Grindavik, of course, is to the southwest of Sketchfab. 'Grindavik, 'Grindavik, of course, is to the southwest of Fjall, whereas Krusevik, the next one we'll show, is to the northeast. Magmatic headed down the same way, almost identical to the seismicity from our Fjall as chart. And looking at the tectonic, we did have more of an upswing in here than we did on the other one. So kind of odd, but nonetheless, it's still there. Let's take a look at the Krusevik one. I accidentally bit on a cherry stone today. So black forest stuff in here. Hey, stay out of the black forest stuff. Oh my God, she's getting everything. Adele, welcome. Apparently Piggy is raiding my refrigerator. I went shopping today. Go figure. Downward trend on Krusevik as far as the magmatic. Same thing with the seismicity. Almost identical to Fjall when we look at that. So not much to talk about there. Let's put it back up and to Fjall, just so we can kind of take a quick comparison glance, and then we'll move on to earthquakes. And there is Fjall. So we did have, like I said, seems more quakes happen in the Fjall area. We'll take a look at that and that other spike, whereas a Grindavik was up a little bit more with less spikes. This one has more, so we'll see what happened. Let's get over there and take a look at our earthquakes, and of course we're seeing 78 earthquakes. 78, there we go, dyslexia struck. I had to read that twice. Now we're up to 84, never mind. 85, okay. They're happening real quick. Let's start out down here on the Reykjanes Peninsula, and actually in the water near Eldi Island area is shaken. So we've got a few out here. We're going to read some of them off, not all of them, of course. Anyway, 914, we had a 9.5 kilometers down for him. The next one is from 8:54 this morning, 1.76, 8.3 clicks down. Then we got a 0.6, 4.7 kilometers down, 5:52 this morning, a 1.12, 8.2 clicks down, 56 minutes after midnight. Moving over a bit, we see a 1.69, 8.4 kilometers down, 9:10 a.m. And this one is from 9:19. It's a 1.17, 9.6 clicks down. Gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on there. Let's maybe grab this 1.5 real quick. That's a little shallower, 1.1 kilometers down, and that is at 10:03 this morning. And let's go and take a look at this one, 1.35, and that is 2.6 kilometers down, 2:52 this morning, and not too far away from the lighthouse. There's the lighthouse. There's that other little spittle land or island, and that's where the quake is. So not very far away from it. And we will take a look at this one, 0.8, 6.5 kilometers down, 1929 is the time on that. For those who aren't familiar with this area, this of course is the Reykjanes Peninsula, and there's the capital city of Reykjavik, and over on this side here we've got Keflavik, the airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarvik, and if we zoom over a little bit down here, you can see the town of Grindavik, and of course the radio towers there that we mention once in a while, and of course the Blue Lagoon in between everything, and that is where it is, and there's the power plant that feeds that Blue Lagoon, and that is good for there. So we got those. Now looking at this outline here, that is Fjall. I'm happy to report we have 3 quakes still within that zone. 2:21 a.m. a 0.4, 2.7 kilometers down, 0.24, 3.9 clicks down, 35 minutes after midnight. and the other one is from a 447, a 0.35, 2.7 kilometers down. So that is okay to see right there. Thank you for that 5-minute warning, Piggy. And next one over by towards Kristevik, we've got a 423 a.m. a 0.06, very small, and 4.5 kilometers down. Next one over a 0.73, 6.7 kilometers down, a 3:28 this morning, and the other one is not that one. They're not both up 7.3s, are they? No, they aren't. There we go. 0.67, that's 6.4 kilometers down from a 5:58 a.m. Next we got a 0.11, 2.9 clicks down, 2:57 a.m. there, and a 0.92 from 3.7 kilometers down, and that one is from 3:09 this morning. Moving over a little bit more, looking at the next one, we do see this. 1.18, clicks down at 2:16 a.m. A 1.04, 5.6 kilometers down, 1:35 this morning. A 0.67, 5.6 kilometers down, 2:23. And this one here is a 0.8, 5.8 kilometers down, and 23:29 yesterday. And let's see what else we got in the area. This one, 0.4, 4 kilometers down, 9:11 is the time on it. Then a couple out in the water here from 15:34, 0.8, 1.1 kilometers down. This one is a 0.5, 5.2 kilometers down, 2:57 this afternoon. Is it this afternoon? No, 15:34. Oh, 2:57 this morning. Never mind. There we go. 8:45 this morning. We had a 0.4, 4.5 kilometers down. And let's move over a little bit more. There's Hekla. There's one here, 5:48, 1.13, 6.8 kilometers down for that guy. 1.3, 4.5 kilometers down, 11:45 is the time for him. And then we've got this guy here, 0.53, 11.9 kilometers down, 3:43 this morning. And then we get to Katla. We don't see anything over here at Eyjafjallajökull, but Katla has an immense amount of quakes all of a sudden. And let's take a look at these. 1.7, 5.1 kilometers down, 8:29 this morning. Then we got a 1.9, 11.3 kilometers down from 1908. And the next one is a 0.4, 1 kilometer down, 1812. And a 0.5, 3.9 kilometers down at 2022. And let's get the rest of the stragglers. We got a 0 here, 2.9 kilometers down, 1650. A 1.7, and that is from 1.1 kilometer down, 1354. And then this 0.4, 3.6 kilometers down from 1825. And let's not do that for a second. I want to zoom in a little bit and just grab some of them. The big one, of course, 2.0, 1.1 kilometer down, 2016. We got a 1.6 on the western edge there. 1540 is the time on it, and 1.1 kilometers down. And just checking the depths on some of these, they all seem to be in that same range. There's one that's shallow. That's the first one we've seen. And most of those other ones over here seem to be a distance down, anywhere from 1 to about 4 kilometers down in depth. So kind of interesting to see that. These smaller ones, well, at least the one was at 135 meters down, and likely ice movement. This one is 306 meters down. Not sure if that is going to depict ice movement or not. That's quite a distance down already. It may be on rock. Anyway, 0.69 is that size, and that is 225 this morning. We also have this one, 1.1 kilometer down, a 0.5, a 9:57. Break time, it is 2. I was so busy with that, I forgot about the break. Thank you, Piggy, and thank you very kindly for that wonderful 2-pound super chat. Or 2 pound. Wow, cool. And I go take a break. I don't need to be run over by cats and things. Anyway, that gives you a pretty good idea of what is going on at Catland. They are deeper quakes for the most part. When we get back from the break, we will take a look at the stuff from there on forward. So Grimsvatn and Bardabunga and upward. Don't go away, you guys. I'm going to put you back on this. Well, let's see. We will see if we can get that a little bigger. Oh, and they're looking at what was a Hornito. It was building up again, but it hasn't done it. We'll leave it on here for now. That is live from Kilauea. It is presently at 10:31 a.m. there, or 10:32, or close to it. Anyway, don't go away. Here comes some music. Hit the like button if you're enjoying the show so far. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing and help us out and make the channel grow if you feel we've earned it. And on that note, I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. I see Mars 2028 got here as well. Welcome. Alba Girl is here. Thanks for the welcome backs from Alba Girl and Kevin Haynes and Granddad. Thanks, Piggy. And thank you, Hermione and Fluffy and Mars and Tanto and bonjour, Tanto. And Henry there as well. Awesome. So, yeah, looking at the screen, of course, somebody mentioned that there was some bubbling over here in the toe, and absolutely right, and the level is right up there. I'm wondering if it's, you see where it's kind of going down right here. I'm wondering if there is a path going back in there, or if it has its own vent underneath there. Right now we know most of the lava is coming in on the left-hand side, or what I refer to as the northeastern end of that lava pond, and you can see it flowing in very nicely. So pretty cool. And Mars 2028 landed. I hope it was safe. I fractured my femur, Tanto. Yes. Yeah, Tanto, if you're listening, Piggy has a fractured femur. So she is not supposed to go in swimming pools or go dancing or running around or any of those things. Grandma B is on board. Welcome, Grandma B. I didn't see you earlier. Good to have you back. Or did I? I can't remember. Anyway, let's get back over to Iceland. We'll continue on with those earthquakes. And as we were looking, so we had a fair amount of quakes right at Katla, and kind of lots on the southern end here, so pretty cool. We are up to 94 quakes now, according to what we've had. We started at 86, then jumped to 88, and now we're at 94. Anyway, 11:35, we had a 1.1 kilometer down there. And this is another 1.2, 7.6 kilometers down from 1433. So definitely not the same. Closest one to Grimsvatn today is a 1.3 from 2218, actually yesterday. And we'll take a look at these. And we've got a 0.3, 5.2 clicks down, 428 this morning. Next one is from 6:40 a.m., a 0.9, 5.2 kilometers down. And now right over here at Bardabunga, we've got this one, 1623, a 0.4, 1.1 kilometer down. Next one over is a 1.66, 3.2 clicks down from a 131. And Mars says, okay, I'm going to take half a lurking a day. I'm working on my secret invention. Secret invention, okay. If you want to do a few of those, you can always come over. I got a weather machine and a cloning machine and a teleporter that are sitting in my closet there that need to get fixed. 7:27 a.m. we had a 0.2, 5.2 clicks down. And next one over is a 1, and it's a 1.1 kilometer down from 131. No play on numbers there. 1627, a 0.5, 1.1 kilometer down for him. Moving up a little bit further, we have a 0.5, 7.1 kilometer down, and that is from 1937. And then we've got this guy here at Askja. There's Askja, there's the lake. And 2347 yesterday, a 0.36, 6.4 kilometers down. And nothing really crazy going on. We have one here by Herdebreit, and that's a 0.7, 2.6 kilometers down from 1904. And then we move up a little bit. We see a 0.5 here, 1.7 kilometers down, 2024 for him. Next one is a 0.4, 5.5 kilometers down, 10 a.m. And then a 1.05, 5.3 kilometers down, from 6:54. And next we have a 1.9, and that is 8.4 kilometers down. 17:01 is the time on it. The other one is a 1 in magnitude, 10.3 kilometers down. 20:08 is the time on it. Grabbing these other ones real quick. A 1.2, 2.6 kilometers down. 20:06 is the time on that. Next one from it is from, when is it? 3:20 a.m. A 0.15, 8.8 clicks down, and a 0.47, 9.7 kilometers down. 21:12 is the time on it. And one more, and that's quite a distance from our Grimsey over here. Yeah, so 1.2, a 1.1 kilometer down, and 1944 was the time on that. So that is our quakes for Iceland right now. And it looks like we've had another larger one here at the Katla. And, well, no, maybe not. It's another new one, though, from 2034, 1.2, 1.1 clicks down. So they are all consistently below the ice. That is an interesting factoid. Maybe we will see something moving there. Maybe it'll finally pop. Who knows? He's locked it in a lab. Who locked it in the lab? What? Did you ever find the oh, no, the ghosts are gone. Those two ghosts are still gone. I have no idea what happened to them. Hopefully they'll reappear sometime. Hermione is falling asleep. Hermione, it's my voice. I know it. Anyway. What, Mars, you said you made a mistake telling Piggy about your work. Won't be a secret for long with Piggy around. Aha! Spider ate them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, spiders. That is not good. We don't like spiders. Anyway, let's continue on here. Let's go over to our next port of call, and that will be over in the Azores. And we'll take a quick peek, see what's happening there. And of course, there we are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you say it in Portuguese, if I said that correctly. Anyway, one of the villages there in the harbor. You can see Pico Island off in the distance there. Unfortunately, the clouds are sitting in such a way it's hard to tell, but that is the top of Mount Montana, or Pico Volcano, if you want to call it by its other name. And there it is right there. So it's kind of buried behind the clouds. So visibility no good, because we cannot see Fayal Island over here in the distance. And let's go take a look at the cove. Here's that cove we always check out. And you can see a little bit of white water coming in. It really doesn't look that rough out there today as far as an ocean. So not bad. Quick check, see if they have any quakes going on there. And no, according to that, we have nothing new on the island of São Jorge. Let's take a look at the other one. I'm going to refresh this so we have it up to date, and make it slightly bigger, and get rid of that. Okay, so we are seeing some quakes. We do have one on Pico Island, a 2.6, 14 kilometers down. And that happened yesterday at 23:06 GMT. I think we may have reported that one. And let's see if we can zoom in just a little. Looks like we have two sitting here on Pico Island, and they are just about on top of each other. So 14 hours ago, a 2.6, 1 kilometer down, and that was at 6:49. The other one is 2.02 kilometers down, happened at 5:32. So almost the identical spot, but two separate quakes right there on the Terceira Island. And of course, that is where the other active volcano is. 7 hours ago, we had a 2.6, and that was a surface quake. Came in at 13:18 UTC or GMT. And if we zoom out, I think there's one more. Yes, there is down here. A 2.7, also a surface quake, happened at 10:48 this morning for them, GMT or UTC either. Anyway, that's for our quakes there in the Azores today. And let's see if we can zoom that out just a little bit and look at the area. This, of course, is the Canary Islands down here. That is the Azores. This is Portugal and Spain and France and England and Ireland, Nova Scotia and, no, not Nova Scotia, Newfoundland. This is Nova Scotia. Just about had to move Cole Harbour there, Sue. She's waving to us, saying hi from Cole Harbour and Nova Scotia and not Newfoundland. There's Iceland, by the way, and Greenland, obviously. Let's leave that be, and we'll leave that map for tomorrow. I'm going to put it back on this one. Looking at the time, we do have enough time to have a peek at the Popocatépetl. Haven't seen too much. It was in the clouds last night when I was trying to watch it, and then it cleared up, and there were different times where we've seen a little bit of lava popping. And I should be on that. Let's see if I'm right about there, and we'll see it. And oh, I missed it by just a little bit, and we'll back that up a few seconds. And that was, of course, from 2:44. I got 2:44 written down here, so this was almost continuous popping. And let's see if we can back that up a little bit more here. Where is it? And that should have been right around here. We'll let it play from here. Anyway, this is a Popocatépetl, of course, and that is in Mexico, 70 kilometers south or southeast of Mexico City. And Popo was active from, well, during the night. In the early evening, it did have some clouds, but it did clear up, and obviously you're seeing the result, and that should be okay. I fell asleep at Catalan and woke up at the Azores. Oh no! It's not like sleep travel? Oh boy, that is bad. But now you're in Mexico, Sue, so if you have a siesta, it's okay. You're allowed to. Anyway, I was going to let this go ahead by, instead of a normal speed, we'll put it on 2 times the speed, and we'll let it go. Now, I wasn't sure if it was rumbling or not. We'll listen for it. I did turn the volume up on it, so let's see what happens. And right now, all I can hear is the fans in my apartment here. So it looked pretty cool, though. There's some lava bits going out. I should actually record this later and throw that out there as well, because it's, I think, you know, it'd be a pretty cool time lapse. To throw that out as well. You can at least see some of that firework-like material coming out of there, and to me that's always awesome. It tells you it's continuing to be active, you know, and that is one of the big things about this particular volcano. Typically it goes through periods of very, very quiet, and then it will every once in a while go into a full-blown eruptive state. But to see it kind of sitting on simmer is kind of a rarity, so being able to see that is pretty cool. I just wish it would be in color, and that's the only fallback I've got, but I can understand this is at a very high elevation, and of course if they want to see any stars, you have to really slow that frame rate down, have the iris open, be able to capture that light as it's coming into the camera. Anyway, looking pretty awesome. As you can see, the little spitting going out. And I think we'll leave this play here for a few minutes. What we'll do is, during the course of the break, because this just kept on going, I will just leave it on, and then we'll get to bacon seeds. And of course, we have a bunch of those. They were nice bacon seeds today. We'll see. But I'm still catching up. 5-minute warning. Thanks, Piggy. Anyway, there you can see more of that lava spatter out onto the caldera. So that is, the top of the volcano. It's pretty awesome to see it light up. I wish we could have different angles though, but unfortunately volcanoes don't conform themselves with being, nice and let's throw the camera toward, or the lava towards the camera view. It likes the other side of the volcano, obviously. So we may be able to see a better shot from the other cameras. 212. Let's see if we can pop that over on this one and go back. Oh no, they don't want us to go see it. They want us to see commercials. I like it. Anyway, going back here for a second and watching that. So pretty awesome though, the amount of lava that it has thrown out. And hopefully it'll continue to do that for a while. Let's go back again here. Let's see, we want to get back to about here. No, I want to check that time, 2:17. Okay, I go back a little bit more, and that's a 3:20. Yeah, I think this angle had the bad cloud. So yep, not going to worry about it. I just wanted to see if we could get a second angle and see what was going on there. A nice clock. It's a classic. Henry, every time I see that, I think I gotta have one. With the ears going as the tail wags back and forth, the ears are going, or sorry, the eyes are going. One of the two. And I think that was pretty cool. Grandma was looking up the tattoos. Oh no, you're gonna get Piggy. Oh, yeah, okay. You can do your tattoos, no worries. Just I think you got other priorities right now, I think. But always nice to have those things ready to go when you're ready, right? Later on. Anyway, I'm gonna go take that break, you guys, and when we come back from the break, of course, we will have lovely bacon seeds, and then we will keep going with other stuff. So don't go away, keep smiling. And of course, we have the secret volcano for today, which I think is really a tough one. And when I think it's tough, somebody will likely guess it real quick. Yay, bacon seeds are coming up. Yep, they are. Anyway, I'll leave this on for now. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop, help us out that way. Also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, if you're just sitting there as a lurker in the Lurkers Lounge, give it a quick bop on that subscribe button and join up and be a part of our wonderful lava family here. You don't have to join in as a monthly membership. You can just be part of it, and everyone is welcome. So, like I said, nobody has to be a member. It's just one of those things in there. If you want to support, you can. If you can't afford it, don't worry about it. Some people don't or can't, and we understand that, you know, and we are grateful for the people who do support the stream. And the biggest support, of course, is you coming in and hitting that like button, and that really does help things out. Anyway, I am going to go take that break, so I keep smiling. They can go from a little peak to halfway up my arm and leg. Uh-oh. What are they doing now? I don't want to know. All right, I'm going to go take that break, you guys. Grandma B, be careful. It's a Pepsi time. I'll be back. Don't go away. And there we go, microphone is back on, and so I hope everyone is being hypnotized with a Popocatépetl. I stare at that screen, and it's almost, it is hypnotizing when you're looking at it. Thank you for the welcome backs from Piggy and Tanto and Alba Girl and Kevin and Henry. And we hear the volcano in the background. And thanks, Mars 2028. And thank you, Sue, as well. Awesome. And yeah, when I yak too much, we don't hear it, but it's nice to see that volcano doing its thing, and that is pretty awesome. I'm going to actually stop it here. I'll just pause the video. We'll come back to it after bacon seeds and after our wonderful secret volcano today. I think it's going to be a tough one. Bacon seeds, here we go. You weren't supposed to see him. Let's get rid of him. There we go. That is the first one for today. And of course, this was the last one from yesterday, the wonderful muncher eating all those watermelons. And of course, Piggy was busy, and she sent us more. As usual, she does a wonderful job. And let's go back to that though. So that's our first one for today. Has bells on and ready to go, and that is always awesome, and a nice smile to boot. And this one, of course, the next one, going, hey buddy, I love you, oink oink, and something like that. Anyway, a couple of nice happy pigs there. Let's keep going, and there's some more buddy talk. This one needs a hogwash. Yep, I think so too. And these guys are chatting and making funny jokes out in the field. That is pretty cool. And next one is, definitely some hogwashing required here for both of them. Yep, these guys are clean. Yeah, not these ones here. This is definitely a double hogwash. Yeah, and very dirty little pigs. Next one on our list. Well, these guys, I don't know. I don't think they need a hogwash. They look pretty clean, but they're trucking around the field as well. So pretty awesome. And I noticed that they like to have buddies with them, so always cool to see two at a time. Yep, and next one is this, and another one of these buddy shots. So he's sniffing his ear saying, hey, what's with your ear? I hear you. Next shot is this one. A big brother, or big brother watching over little sister, or something like that. But that is cool. Telling secrets, possibly. And what big ears you got? Yeah, and definitely notice the differences. Anyway, this one, a little bit of size difference, but hey, they look like they're okay out in the field. Yeah, I think so too. Sue needs a hogwash. And here's our next two. And they're out and about in the field too. And their buddies, they do have pretty big ears as well. Sunshades or something like that. Awesome. And let's get to our next one. There we go, and another set of two. Just the one seems to be a little bit more of a ginger than the other, and that is awesome. They're about the right size, so nice to see that. The ginger and the blonde. Yep, and we have one more bacon seed. Double trouble. Yeah, one last bacon seed to go. Let's see what that one is. I love their eyes. Yeah, they actually do look good in this one, Piggy. I do have to agree. Very cute little guys. Blue eyes on both of them, and that is pretty awesome. Last bacon seed for today, of course, is these two guys saying hello to you. And they, of course, they look pretty clean and they look happy, and they look like they just want to be a part of the group. So that is awesome. And that's our bacon seeds for today. A big thank you to Piggy for sending in most of those. That is always cool. And we appreciate you doing that every day. So a very, very big thank you, Piggy. And let's move on, and we will go. Oh, wow. Irish Monk, thank you kindly for that. Gifting a 5-pack of memberships. Irish. I gotta write that down. Irish Monk gifted a 5-pack. There we go. And let's see who got them. We see Debbie Brady. Congratulations. Gaines as well. Congratulations. And Robert and Shandell got one. And a Storm Chaser was gifted, and Irv GB also got one. Congratulations to all the winners of the 1 month free membership, and thank you very kindly, Irish Monk, for us throwing out that 5-pack. Awesome of you, and really I do appreciate that wonderful support. Let's go over back to our Hawaii scene. And we are really not wanting to look at that right now. We want to go take a look at the wonderful secret volcano. And I know it's going to be a tough one. There is the secret volcano for today. And I know people were asking me put it up there so they can hunt for the picture. And Debbie, welcome and aloha to you. No, Henry, it is not Fuego. And it's no, not a Popocatépetl. It is not Semeru. Sorry, none of the above so far. And we'll see if there's any more guesses as people are trying to get their brains working. What volcano looks like this? Oh boy, you know, they have lava and rocks. Sorry, Dr. Fox, we need to try sleep. Piggy, you certainly need do what you need to get some sleep and relax, and hopefully you get really comfortable and have a really good sleep for a change. And good night, Piggy. Hugs. Okay, it's not Kilauea though. And it's not Old Doño either. It's not Cumbre Vieja, sorry. And it's not Krakatoa or Krakatau. And yeah, I know, Piggy. You wish. Okay, any more guesses? What? Shivelish? No, it's not Shivelish, sorry. And let's see. It's a good, what? Hugs to all, Mauna Loa. No, it's not Mauna Loa. Hints. Oh my God, it's not Katla, it's not Semeru. How come you want hints? All right, I'll give you a hint. It's within the ring of fire. I know that's a mean hint because that doesn't tell you a heck of a lot. Oh, all right. I guess I better give another hint. I will again. No, it's not Villarica. Sorry. It's, okay. Another hint is it's in the northern hemisphere. It's in the northern hemisphere. Okay, that'll help. So in the ring of fire in the northern hemisphere. And we're seeing people's brains just going kerching, kerching. No, it's not Marapi. Marapi is in the southern hemisphere. It's not a Pacaya. No, sorry, it's not Murrapi either. And hey, Mars 2028. Congratulations. Mars 2028. I got it. And it is a Pavlov. Mars 2028 gets the cookies. Congratulations on getting that one right. And that took a little while. And I knew that somebody would come along with it. But it is a pretty awesome shot, and I thought we'd use that. Apparently, that was from, I believe it was March 2016. At least that's when the article was from. I don't know the exact date of the photo. I'm assuming it would have been right in that era as well. But that is a pretty awesome shot. And I thought I'd use it today because it was a slightly different, you know, something unique about it that I just thought was kind of cool. So that is it there. We wanted to get back over to watching our wonderful Popocatépetl. This actually goes on for quite some time, and what I will do is I will try to capture that later after I finish with the stream, and hopefully we'll be able to capture all of it. It's 2 or 3 hours of continuous eruptive activity, so it looked pretty cool, pretty awesome. Anyway, let's go back to it being alive, and that is Popocatépetl in Mexico. That's what it looks like at present, so very cloudy, and I can't really tell what's going on there. Next one up was going to be Fuego, but I believe that was in the clouds as well. They were no longer on, and they aren't, so that's what we had there. Next one over, Messiah volcano. Let's see how that turns out. Well, we can see the caldera, definitely. We are looking into the two levels of that caldera, so down into the bottom here. Unfortunately, the smoke is in the way, so we're not able to see anything worthy. And let's take a look at the next one here. And this is further south. Well, is it? El Salvador. Anyway, this is Rincon de la Vieja, and it's hard to tell with the cloudy activity there if there is anything coming out of this volcano. I'm assuming there is, and it has been off-gassing fairly heavy in the last little while, so likely something there, and that will be what we've got. So we'll leave that one, and we'll go to the next one. I'm going to refresh these. These are our Chilean volcanoes, and of course they're down South America in Chile, and we're just waiting for the videos to repopulate here. It does take a few seconds, and we'll start out with this one, and that is Lascar, and they've made these little time lapses. That's they're doing, so as time progresses, you can see the time down on the bottom here, and just watch the output from the volcano. Very little, and again, I think the wind is blowing it in the opposite direction, so we can't see what's really coming out, but we can see a little bit coming from the top of that volcano, and if it's a constant, you know, it does add up. Let's go take a look at the next one, and this is Laguna del Mole, and of course we see some of that snow has actually started to melt once again, and that is probably good, but they did have quite a bit of snow up in the area. Everything was white before, so it's nice to see it's melting a little. And let's go back from that one. Next one up for bids is Villarrica, and Villarrica unfortunately spent most of its time in the clouds, but we do know that it was active and putting out some plumes of gases and so on, although very hard to tell with the 1 or 2 frames that we see in here. But it is active, and that is the important part. Let's leave that be, and we will go on to our next adventure. So that, of course, is interesting to see them in South America there. And next one is, let's see if we can fix that up. And I don't really want to see a Taupo first, but let's go over to Merapi and see if Merapi can make us happy. Let's go to live. Let's see if we can get that on live. You got to remember, it is very early in the morning there. 4:26 a.m. Central Java, Indonesia, and we're just scanning the very poor weather conditions with clouds and stuff. There is one of the shots there. Whoop! I'm trying to make it bigger. There we go. And you can see some of that lava flow. 2:30 in the morning, and as it brightens up here, it's going to produce or eject a little bit more lava, and we'll see it flowing down the hill. If we can get it to do that. I'm trying to expedite it a little bit. And is this going to work, or are we in the wrong spot? Well, we should be able to move on just a little bit further. There we can start seeing extra lava flowing, and that is nice. Looks like a human. There's a head, there's a couple of legs, the arm attachments. Yep, it's a lava monster. I don't know. Kind of looking pretty good. There we go. We got it lit up, and we wanted to see that and watch that lava go. Let's hopefully see some bacon. That's it. Bacon. All right, I gotta have a drink of Pepsi. That's a fine vintage. Yeah, flowing down the hill there. So pretty cool. And yeah, we'll just let that go a little bit. I was trying to see if we had anything else that was of significance, but you know, the other shots there, they were pretty small as far as the lava coming out. Let's see. We'll leave this one on right now. I did find another one here going back, which is about 4 hours and 12 minutes ago. So yeah, actually this didn't look too bad. Not as much lava as I was hoping for, but you know, at least it's something coming down the hill, and we do see it doing kind of the same thing earlier. So let's get on with that one. And this was from just after midnight, or 15 minutes after, 16 minutes after midnight. It got a little larger and decided to pour some stuff down. Welcome, Sebastian, and Robert and Chandel is here as well. Welcome, you guys. And let's see, did we get any others sneaking in? We got Debbie is here. And we got Mars. Okay. Yeah, I think everybody is good for right now. And extra bacon, exactly, Henry. It is definitely a little bit of extra material coming down the side of that slope. And again, those flows are still, you know, up to that 1 kilometer mark. And as that pile continues to develop and get higher and higher, you're going to see that kind of move upward and then slope off with a faster slope at the end of it again. So we'll see that slowing down in this area more and more over time, and it's going to build up a ridge of some sort. So pretty interesting. Anyway, let's see what else we got. I'm kind of looking to cut the volume on one of the other streams here. The one from Popocatépetl, of course, is going to be playing in the background. We need to fix that. As soon as I can find where Popocatépetl went. It disappeared on me. I hate when that happens. That would be right there. We'll kill that volume. That way we don't hear it. At least I hear it here. I don't know about you guys. And let's get back onto that lava flow. There we go. So, yeah, that's kind of what we were seeing there at Merapi. And I'm just trying to go to another spot here. This one had a little bit more cloud in there, but I do believe it was a little bigger flow. So, more of a burp. That really threw some material out. As you can see, it's coming down the hill fairly nicely, and it looks pretty awesome. As the old saying goes, let it flow, let it flow, let it flow. And that's always what we look for here with these volcanoes and the ash and everything else going down the hills. I'm just searching prior to this, and it really doesn't look like it had much good stuff prior to this. So this is about the last of what we're going to see for this one. Adele saying night night everyone, and Dr. Fox, good night Adele, you get some rest, and thanks for popping in, and of course hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. That'd be cool. Anyway, yeah, lots of lava still coming down. Unfortunately, we've got some clouds in the way, so we can't see it all, but you get the idea of what's happening here. A fair amount of that material sitting behind that cloud, obviously, and looks pretty cool, so we'll leave that there. Let's go to our next shot, and I'm going to make this one smaller. And there we go. We've got, that is our wonderful Mount Ruapehu, and very clear there today. Very awesome to see that, and I don't think they zoomed in on it yet. With the maybe busy doing things their camera operator wise. That is about an hour and 20 minutes ago, and that wasn't too bad. If we get right to early morning dawn, I don't think it really had that great of a sunrise. That's kind of what we've seen there. But yeah, if we move up a little bit, I'm just trying to see if there was a zoom in period or not. And pretty much no. So we'll leave it right live. There we go. That is live. And you see the sun right over top of Mount Ruapehu there. So pretty cool. Anyway, we'll leave that be, and we'll go to our next thing of an adventure, and of course that is to look at the chart for Taupo, and we do see that one last spike there, and business has gone down, and very quiet right now, so that's likely a good thing. And we'll finish this off. It is a break time, so we'll just finish off the other chart here and take a look at our flea market. Anyway, we see up to the north there on the northern island, we do have a little bit of a noise there, but it leveled out and quit as well. So that is what we are seeing for Taupo right now. Let's have a look at Taupo real quick, and then we'll go for a break. And there is the flea market. Let's see if we can get the whole thing in. There we go. And yep, they moved over a little bit, so all the fleas are being sold over there. If you've got, I don't know what currency they take, whether it's New Zealand dollars or what it is, but I'm sure for a couple of New Zealand dollars you can get a fairly trained flea at the flea market. Of course, the lake here is the caldera for Taupo, and there you can see that white blob in the background. That is Mount Ruapehu there, so you can actually see it right from the hotel here. all the way to Mount Ruapehu. Pretty awesome, and that is a fairly long-range shot, so we like it. And yep, you flea market doing your thing. I'm going to leave it as that, and we will come back after a break. I'm going to put this back over here, and we'll go. I'll put this back somewhere where we can get rid of that photo, and we'll leave it right there because that's what they are now zoomed into. That is that little hornito as it keeps growing. That, of course, from a parasitic vent there at Helima crater in Kilauea and on the big island of Hawaii. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. That'd be really awesome. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. And I see we've got a fairly low turnout for today. It is Saturday, so people out doing all kinds of things. And I know they got to go to the flea market and go grocery shopping and go mow their lawns and things. So all understood. Anyway, I'm your host. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Yeah, you already know who I am. It's okay. I'll be back. Keep smiling. Don't go anywhere. Music. Oh, I hit that microphone. Thank you for saying silence. I was telling you all about my eating grapes. I had to get a sip of Pepsi, which I still didn't get, so I'm doing it now. I'm back. Thank you, Sue and Alba and Mars 2028, as well as Henry Nelson and Kevin. And thank you, Kevin, for gifting that one membership. And congratulations to Silversmith for getting it. Okay, a swig of Pepsi now. Fine vintage. Gotta love it. Anyway, yeah, so we're watching that Hornito that is on the southwestern wall of Halemaumau crater. And pretty awesome to see that. It is still going. I'm surprised at that, considering the other areas have kind of calmed down. Hornito Bandito. Yeah, well, I don't think anyone's going to steal it just yet, but that Hornito is doing well and growing. And we did have video footage of some of the that other Hornito that used to be just to the northern side of the west vent, and we did have a little bit of a close-up on that. I'll see if I can bring that footage up in a bit. But right now, let's keep going with what we're doing. We had a look at everything there on Taupo and so on, so let's get over to the next one. And that will be the picture that is not in focus, and of course they seem to have that problem every morning. Let's go over to our wonderful Semeru on East Java, and it's been a battle to be able to see Semeru today. At first, well, here is there's 30 minutes ago. And this is what it was like. Unfortunately, prior to that, it just looked like that. So, wasn't a very good visibility. Every once in a while, it would peek out, sort of, and give us just a tiny little blip of something happening underneath there. Like right there at 2136, you can see a little bit of lava. It is out of focus, though, and that's because clouds do not present themselves as a very good focusing devices that you can focus on. It's always moving and see-through and whatever. But let's leave that alone. We're going to put that back on live. So Semeru not going to give us much this morning, a little bit out of focus. Obviously we can see that the top of the caldera here is glowing a bright orangey red, and definitely some lava going down the hill as well. So nice to see that, but not clear. So let's go over to our next volcano we want to kind of read a report on, and that would be Mayon. And Mayon, of course, has been busy. So Mayon volcano, Luzon Island in the Philippines, actively growing a new lava dome, continues to shed glowing avalanches. So pretty cool photo. I like the way it looks up top there. And definitely doing this. So early morning glow, early morning time glow refers to the activity growing a new lava dome, actively growing new lava dome in the inner summit crater, and that is pretty cool. Looking at it from the other one, a new lava dome within the Mayon summit vent, and you can definitely see that dome. It's definitely built up. So that's going to pop and throw out a bunch of other lava. We'll see what happens in the future. Unrelated photo, May sun in LA. Okay, pretty cool. let's get rid of that, and we'll just read a few lines here. The extrusive activity remains elevated. Incandescent avalanches continue to be observed from the summit. Summit, a new lava dome area tumbling down along the south and southeastern shoots at a 1.5 kilometer distance from the top of the volcano. Phil Volk's seismic network registered 59 glowing rock falls and one volcano tectonic earthquake over the past 24 hours. So a little bit of activity there, and nice to see that. We'll leave that report alone, and it speaks for itself. Let's go over to the next one, and of course this is Krakatau, and Krakatau, Sunda Strait, Indonesia. Another vigorous lava fountain this morning, and we take a look at it there from the magma guys, as far as that picture from PVMBG, and you can definitely see that fountain shooting upward out there on the island. So pretty cool. And let's see what else we have. There's a good map depiction, and this was a strong eruptive episodes from Krakatau as seen from space on 9th of June. Images from Landsat 8-9. So that is a pretty good shot, and you can see how the smoke definitely goes out. And let's see, wow, okay, Sharon Stewart, I see you're back. I miss saying hi to you there. And all good. Anyway, that's Sentinel-2, and that is pretty cool. And next one, unrelated. Yeah, unrelated. So we'll leave that be. But that is the activity at Krakatau, just so we have it there. And that is all good. I'm going to put it back on this one, and we will see. Give me a second here. I wanted to double check and see if we had anything at Stromboli. Well, we do see Stromboli, sort of. Something happened to Stromboli. We don't see Stromboli. Let's see if I can fix that really quickly. And I wonder when that happened. Okay, very, very difficult to see anything at Stromboli, truly. You can see just a little bit right there, a little bit of a glow. I'm going to get one of the thermals on here as well, and we'll see if we can see anything in that. I don't think the thermal is depicting much either, so we'll just put it up there as there we go. So yeah, really not much action there at Stromboli. You can see on the thermal very, very little. We do see some smoke going away there. Yeah, Kim stole the Stromboli. He's hoarding it. He's definitely hoarding it. That's what I figure he's doing. Anyway, that is Stromboli. Let's see if we can go. I want to see if Yellowstone is working. Is that working? Or is it not working? I don't think it's working. Let me try that again. No, Yellowstone is still not working. So I don't know. Let's see. I'll leave you there for a minute, and we'll let that run, and we'll get that back on live. For some reason it wasn't on live. There it is now. I'm not wasn't that far off. But let's see. I want to see if we can see anything at our wonderful Mount Etna. I haven't checked there today, and we'll go back in time and see if there was any clear spots. and so far I'm only seeing cloud at Mount Etna, which is unfortunate. Oh, maybe we will see it just a little bit. Let's pop over to Mount Etna real quick, and there we go. This is at 18:38 or 6:38 p.m. their time. If we move ahead a little bit, or yeah, I guess ahead, that's about 4 hours, 5 hours ago. This would be, what is it, 4 hours and 36 minutes ago. You can see some of that off-gassing coming down the side of the mountain. Hard to tell what's going on over on the other side, or this one. I'm assuming this is from the southeast crater. That is in the back side of it. And this, of course, being from the top. If we go a little bit further into the sunset, there you can see a little bit. We do see some steam coming from this area over here as well. So a little bit of off-gassing there, as well as here, and likely the southeast crater, which is behind this guy. So that is what our Stromboli is doing, or sorry, our Mount Etna is doing. Stromboli is being quiet. Etna is being relatively quiet, but we want to see lava. So that is the important part. Yeah, let's see. We've covered all of the volcanoes for right now. I guess I should do the volcano report, and we'll get that out of the way, and then it'll be a break time, and then after that we'll go after earthquakes. So for last night or Friday, we did have 6 on the list. Fuego in Guatemala, occasional emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters at 2,100. And then we had our wonderful Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 2,200. Krakatau, Sunda Strait, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 2,230. Yes, we'll get to Japan after. Don't worry, Sue. Popocatépetl, Mexico, a new volcanic ash to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, reported at 2,230. Sabancaya in Peru, sporadic strong emissions to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters, reported at 2330. And Ibu on Halmahera Island in Indonesia, discrete volcanic ash emissions to 8,000 feet, 2,400 meters, and that was reported at 2330. 10 on the list for today, and we'll go through those, and we'll start out with Mayon, and Mayon in Luzon, in island, Philippines, eruption to 10,000 feet, 3,000 meters, reported to 1:30 this morning. We've seen the extra report on that. Reventador in Ecuador, new emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, reported at 2 a.m. Suwanoshijima in Japan, erupted to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 4:15 a.m. And Kilauea, it says report at 5:15 a.m. While we've been working on Kilauea, we've looked at that report, so all cool, and we will likely do more Kilauea, so we'll see what happens. Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters, reported at 5:30 a.m. and again at 17:30, so busy all the way through. Krakatau, Sunda Strait, Indonesia, see a separate email report, which we already looked at, and volcanic ash observed to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters, reported at 10:15 a.m. And again at 1730. And Sangay in Ecuador, a new volcanic ash to 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters, reported at 7:30 this morning. Nevado del Ruiz and new volcanic ash to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 8:45. And Popocatépetl in central Mexico, significant volcanic ash to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters, reported at 10 a.m. Fuego in Guatemala, new volcanic ash observed to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, and that is reported at 11:45. Unfortunately, we can't see it because it's hiding. They are not streaming it, and it's in the clouds, unfortunately. So that's what we've got going on there. All right, so it is time for the break. Thank you, Sue, for sending in that wonderful volcano report. We're going to put you back over to Hawaii, and they are still looking at the Hornito as far as I can tell. Let's get on there. There we go. And that is live from Helima-Uma'u crater. Compliments of USGS, and we'll leave that on there for right now. When we come back from the break, we will take a look at our Japanese volcanoes, and then from there we'll go and take a look at the earthquakes and carry on. So don't go away, lots more to come, and I really appreciate everyone being here. So stick around, and more show in a little bit. I'm going to go take a break. And a good time to do that yourselves if you need to. Get a coffee, refill. I definitely need one. My voice is putting me to sleep. Oh, hang on. I got Pepsi. I'm okay. I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. So the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Hey, Super Dave 44 is here. Welcome, Super Dave. Good to see you. And thank you for the welcome backs from Chanto and Alba Girl and Kevin Haynes and Sue and Mars 2028 saying welcome back as well. And Sharon Stewart will be going, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. I'm sure she will. She always does that. She might be lagging a little bit, but that is okay. We won't hold that against her. All right, there it is, right there. Pretty awesome. And that is all cool. Anyway, Cookster saying welcome back. You have you have entered the VolcanoX zone, Dr. Fox, and of course it is. What are we gonna name that little guy? The Hornito on the side of the Helima Umu crater. We gotta name it something. Somebody come up with a Hawaiian name that we can call it. And that is a fitting Hawaiian name, that is. I have no idea. I don't speak Hawaiian, so maybe Kathy. Kathy Puka. Puka. Okay, Kathy says that is called Puka. We will call that little Hornito a Puka. All right. That is awesome. That is Hawaiian, obviously, of some sort, and really cool. They said it was the southwest vent, and I was saying right vent, RAV. Oh, right active event, RAV. Okay, I don't know. Puka sounds pretty cool. Whole, what? A whole aluka, hookah. Whole a hookah? Okay, I think you should let the native Hawaiians name it. Well, Kathy is a Hawaiian, so that's why I'm gonna run with hers for now. So we'll go from there. At least that's what I figure. What does puka mean? Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe you can help us out. Blonde, gushing, what? Okay, I'm gonna stay away from the blonde part. Pika shell. Puka shell? Puka is a Finland knife. Ah, okay. That is interesting. Different languages, different meanings. So, very cool. Anyway, we'll leave it be. Let's get over to the next one. Puka is Hawaiian, so that's what we'll call it. Maybe we need a Dr. Foz, designated a name, loving the idea. Well, I'm going to go with Kathy's suggestion of Puka. It sounds Hawaiian, and I have a puka in my shirt. Oh, a hole. Oh, okay. A hole. So it means hole. All right. A puka is a hole. All right. Puka is Hawaiian for hole. Okay. A C&D boy says puka shells have a hole in them. Do they? There you go. I'll leave it as that. Okay, Pikachu. All right. She sneezed. Okay, let's leave that be. I better go over. I'm gonna make our Pikachu a little smaller, and we'll go over to where's that other place? Oh, we know where it is. I'm actually timing this fairly carefully here, and the ice cream boat is just about there. So my delays were there for a reason. Ice cream boat inbound. By the time you get there, they'll be all set up. Make sure you take your umbrella. It is raining. And this, of course, is, yep, inbound. Shenanigans. No, there are no shenanigans here. Just bring your umbrella, One Fish. Actually, One Fish, you don't need an umbrella. You're a fish. You can go, yeah, never mind. You live in the water. Yes, fox shenanigans. Anyway, inbound. Okay, so let's take a look at what is actually happening at our wonderful Sakurajima. We do see it smoking, doing its thing, pluming to the left side there, and pretty awesome, but I'm not seeing much activity, and obviously it's raining there, and it has been for a while, and it makes it difficult to come up with any conclusions when your visibility is limited at best. So this, of course, is at 1 a.m. Very, very hard to tell, other than the fact that it was raining. If we go back a little bit more, this is about 11:32 of last night, their time. We see that there is some gassy content here. Very, very difficult to tell which way it's actually moving, up, down, sideways. And I don't know if that is actually a little bit of a glow in here. So we may have some active lava still sitting in that caldera. Moving on a little bit further, we see 2253. It did pop up with a kind of a plume there. Kevin Haynes, you're heading out. You take care, have a good night, and all the best to you. Scientists think the Italian volcano will blow any minute now. David, that's you're talking about Mount Etna, and no, well, we kind of looked at it just a few minutes ago, and I don't believe it will. Actually, while we're talking about that, let me just check. Just checking the seismicity of the actually here, just so you know what I'm looking at. And here's our tremors for the volcano, and here's our line. Anything above that line is considered an eruption. We did have a little bit of a plume there, and a couple little spikes and burps coming out, but nothing in the last few days. So this is right now, and it's on a downward trend. So I don't believe it's going to do anything for a while, if they are referring to of course, Mount Etna there in Sicily. It could be that, you know, there could be other things happening with it, but you never know. Let's get back over to looking at Sakurajima in Japan. Of course, this is Sakurajima down by the southern end of Japan, if you will. Don't see too much. I'm going to put that back on live, and that is the present view. Unfortunately, like I say, nothing too super coming out of that. We're going to make that smaller. We'll go to the close-up crater view, have a quick peek, and we see that, yeah, there is some heavier grayish action coming out of this area over here, which is the eastern small, no, is it eastern or southern? The small vent, anyway. There's two big vents up in the top, and that little guy. And it's looking like the little guy is throwing out the dirty stuff. The little dirty guy. Okay, let's leave that one be. Lots of, you know, Teflon smoke and steam and gases coming out of there. Next one, oh, still not available. That was supposed to be Suwanoshijima. But their stream is not working. Next one we have on the agenda is ASO, and ASO, of course, is hiding. Well, we are technically in ASO's caldera, but the small vented caldera that it does have is hiding in amongst the steam and the fog. If we move that time back a little bit, we can see There it is, and this is, what is that? That's about 15 minutes ago. We can see that off-gassing, and we can see that cloud moving in. So there is a lot of moisture that gets into that small caldera. The floor is heated from volcanic activity causing the steam to come up. There's also SO2 gases coming out of there, sometimes very, very heavy. And that is what we're seeing right now. Prior to that, we had a pea soup. There you go, raining like crazy there. So we'll leave that be. We'll put that back on live, and that's good for now. I'm going to make that one smaller. Let's go to our next one, and that is it's raining there as well. I don't think we're going to see it. That is a Sama volcano. And the Sama is definitely hiding in the clouds. I'm just going back a whole bunch. 9 hours, 22 minutes ago, we could just barely see a little bit of the volcano as those rain clouds continue to move through there. Prior to that, we do have a little bit. Almost 12 hours ago, you could see the shape of it. You could definitely see some off-gassing happening there. But hard to see with the gray backdrop and so on. But you can see some cloud plumes doing their thing right there. So pretty awesome, pretty cool. Let's put that back on live. This guy, of course, is about 100 kilometers to the east, or sorry, to the west of Tokyo City. And that is what we've got. Going to make that smaller again. Go back over here. Ice cream boat is still there. I hope everyone has their ice cream now. Team Tefra, yay! I'm just reading. Let's see. I keep losing a chat. It might be tonight being weird. Our wonderful king, you best remove the additional gold crates that you've got there, and get them a little further away from your phone. You'll have better reception. They do attract signals, but the wrong kind. Something like that. That's a story. I'm going to stick to it. Sounded good anyway. Let's go over to our earthquakes, since we're not seeing too much action here. And we'll make that smaller. Next on the list, earthquakes around the world. And I got to get on the correct map. Looking at what we're seeing, we'll start out with our wonderful Kamchatka Peninsula, see what's happening up there. We do see one out in the water, a 4.4 from 3:07 a.m., 60.2 kilometers down for that one. And that is not too far away from the coastline there. Out a little ways though, so I don't think it would have rattled any cages. And looking at the rest of our Alaskan area, everything looks pretty quiet. We are seeing a little bit bigger quake there, 3.2, and near a Happy Valley from 52.6 kilometers down for that one. Other than that, everything else is very small and quiet. Looking along our San Andreas Fault, as well as the Imperial Fault down here, doing pretty quiet. There's not too many quakes in there at all, and quiet is not good. I want to see more little quakes in here. That is always a contention with me when I see older quakes and we don't see any new little tremors to replace them. Definitely scary. I haven't got uranium for my personal, what? Haven't, okay, power plant either. Okay, no uranium, alright, that is good. They're calling, you're not going to glow in the dark. 4.3 in Colombia from 53 minutes after midnight, 149.8 kilometers down. Sliding down the South American coastline. We see this in Chile, 4.6 from 9:06 a.m., 10 kilometers down. Next one in Argentina, and that one is a 4.0 from 155 this morning, 202.6 kilometers down for him. Another one in Chile, 4.8, and that was from 721, and that's 40.5 kilometers down. Sliding down a little bit more, we do see another one out here in South Sandwich Islands, a 4.6. I came in at 1355, 101.3 kilometers down for that guy. Moving on over, and we are looking at New Zealand. I don't see anything large there. And then we get into the other islands here. Nothing in Tofua, but they call this Fiji, so a 4.3, and that is from 6:43 a.m., 510 kilometers down for that 4.3. Next one is a 5.8, a little bit bigger and close to the island. Would have shaken them a little bit, and that is from 3:12 a.m. our time, 10 kilometers down for him. And nothing new in Loyalty Islands, and that's probably good. And we see this one in Papua New Guinea, 4.3, 23:13 is the time on it, 100.8 kilometers down. And that is pretty much it for that guy. And next place is over here, and that's the Sunda Strait, and of course that is Sumatra, Java. And there is 4.7 from 907, 80.9 kilometers down for that 4.7. And we don't see too many else down here. Let's move up a little bit. These are in the Philippines on the east side, right at the ridge there. So 4.5, 14:26 is the time on that one. 51.7 kilometers down. Next one is a 4.9, and that is from 8:50 a.m. 40.9 kilometers down, and that is pretty much it. So let's go up a little bit further, and we see one in Taiwan, a 4.7 at 3:12 a.m. and 19.9 kilometers down for him. And going up into Japan. Is that one on land or in the water? It's in the water. 4.6 from 20 minutes after 10 a.m. our time, 46.7 kilometers down for him. We already got the one in the Kamchatka Peninsula. Let's move over. Don't see anything in China, and nothing in Saudi Arabia or Turkey. All good that way. We do see one here in Greece, 4.2. From 4:04 this morning, our time, 17.6 kilometers down for him. So that is there. Let's take a quick look in Hawaii, see what we've got going on there. And I'm already not liking what I'm seeing. I bet you guys can guess what I'm not seeing. I don't see any new quakes at Kilauea. That is not good. And that's not good for an eruption, is it? When you don't have any little quakes. Anyway, we got a 1.7 over there on the, I guess, on the western slopes of Mauna Loa from yesterday at 22:14, 7.9 kilometers below sea level. And let's see, what else we got happening here? Pahala region. Few quakes, so we'll get this one 2.3. 10:22 was the time on it, 28.4 kilometers down below sea level. This one is a 2.0 from 1812, 28.3 kilometers down. And next one over in the Pahala region is a 2.1, 8:58 this morning, and 30.9 kilometers down. Next one is 2.2 from 2126, 35.3 kilometers down. And this one is another 2.2 from 1:54 a.m. our time. Take off 3 hours to get actual Hawaii time. And 31.6 kilometers down is the depth for it. And the latest one is a 2.2 from 1547, 32.1 kilometers below sea level. And that was the last quake. So I'm a little disappointed. I want to see more quakes in this area. Something has to be shaken up. Pineapples said lack of earthquakes now doesn't necessarily mean the eruption is about to stop. It what it might just be. Well, yeah. The Mars 2028. One of the things that I look at with the way the volcanoes work, it's a kind of like a siphoning hose. Okay, so if you have enough pressure down below, and that finally blows a path up and through, and it starts the flow to the lower pressure area, it's going to obviously start to flow, and you don't need to have additional earthquakes, but usually the earthquakes will identify that you have ongoing activity. So, but it does work similar to a siphon, where once you get the flow going, it continues to go. It's when it stops, that's where you gotta kind of go, okay, now what do we got happening, right? And a restart is always more difficult. The event is clearly is clear, so the magma isn't encountering much resistance. Yep, I do agree with that. It's not. It's the pipes are working, and it doesn't take much pressure at all to keep that flow going. And like I said, some of that is actually working like that siphoning hose, as in once the flow gets going, it's going to keep running for a while. Anyway, I'm going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. It is that time. We're going to put you back over there into Hawaii on the lava flow, and we'll make that bigger. There we go. They are still showing that. That is alive. That is the Hornito on the southwest side of our wonderful Helima-U'u'u crater, and it has now been nicknamed Puka by Kathy, a native Hawaiian, or a Hawaiian. I don't know if she's actually native Hawaiian, but I would think. Anyway, we'll leave it as that. I'm going to go take that break. Oh, there's a nice little rock fall, and we'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if I was at the Pele on Oahu, half of the island fell off into Kaneohe side of Oahu. It is half its original size. Okay, wow. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break. Don't go away. Hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. After we come back, we'll hit the SO2 maps, and then we'll take a quick peek at the weather map, but we're not going to push on it. We'll be just scanning it, and I'm not going to count out too many spots there for temperatures and things like that. I'm try to get it over with a little bit quicker, so that is hopefully what we'll be able to achieve. Anyway, I'll be back. Keep smiling, hit that like button, and play nice in the lava. I'll be back. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Welcome to Chuckster. Good to see you, and thank you for the welcome back from Sue. And I imagine there'll be a few more, but we'll wait for that. Of course, what we are looking at, thanks OneFish26. What we're looking at there, of course, is that side vent. It's a parasitic vent within Halmaumo crater, and of course showing us some lovely lava flow. I gotta like it. And thank you from Sharon Stewart there saying, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. All right. Anyway, let's get over to our SO2 map and see what the heck we got going on there. And I'm saying that politely because there's some stuff on there. I have no idea what caused it. Let's have a look. Would be great if it grew very big. Oh, you're thinking like a real volcano? A stratovolcano within the shield volcano? That would be cool, Tom. And that'd be really awesome. And let's see what we got. Anyway, there's our SO2 map. And of course, the first thing that I open up here and I look at it and I'm going, what the heck is this? How come we got this out here? Why is this here? Where did this come from? What happened? Who did it? Either we have an oil tanker on fire or we have a submarine eruption happening out there in the Pacific somewhere. And that is kind of something that I'm wondering about. Easter Island would be over a little bit more. I wonder if that is from Easter Island and then pluming, because you see that circulation around here. I'm wondering, and that would be about the right spot for Easter Island and that area anyway, so kind of interesting to see that. And of course, while we're talking about Hawaii and looking at Hawaii, there you see the pluming right now. Most of that is drifting to the northwest over top of the other islands, then heading out into the Great Pacific, where it is still built up and accumulated from the onslaught of that initial eruption. So very interesting to see that. Kamchatka Peninsula, we've got Stromboli, we've got Bezimiani, we've got Kilauea, down on the bottom we've got Karinsky, and they are all producing SO2, and you can see the result, and that is going down here into the Pacific zone as well as over here we've got our wonderful Ibico producing a fair amount of activity as well, throwing out some SO2 to add to that whole thing. So let's leave that be. Looking at the Alaskan area, pretty much a normal area for what we've got there, and of course northern portions of Canada. We are seeing all kinds of SO2 up in our northwest territories and going into Nunavut, and that is from some 64 fires here in Alberta, plus additional fires there in British Columbia and northern Saskatchewan, producing all that smoke. Our smoke level was pretty bad this morning, early this morning. It's since the sun came up, it kind of lifted and cleared a lot of it upward, so we're a little bit better off. And looks like we have more fire stuff happening there in Quebec with multiple places of the forest fires happening. Same with Northern Ontario. They've got some fires, but I don't know if those are under control. Getting over to the eastern portions of Labrador, not a bad looking, looks like pretty calm there. In Newfoundland as well, and I don't see any huge plumes coming from Nova Scotia anymore. I think their fires may be under control now there in Nova Scotia. I'm not sure about why we're seeing an isolated plume here, there by New Brunswick and a Quebec border. I'm not sure about that. And looking at the western United States, not bad at all. Eastern side is still feeling a little bit of that smoke that did come down there, and I'm sure that will dissipate over time. But that is a heavier population in the area, so more SO2 to be seen, sliding down a little bit more into Mexico. We see the spot where Popocatépetl is and Mexico City right beside it, and they are continuing to produce SO2, both of them, and doing their thing. There was a fire in the southwest New Brunswick too. Oh, was there? We didn't see much of a plume southwestern area. I wonder if that's what this one was about there, Sue. Looking at that area, that might have produced some. And again, it depends on what's actually burning and how dry it is, and you know, all that wood there. So anyway, going through Central America, we do see our hotspots pretty normal. Nevado del Ruiz still producing, his buddies there as well in Colombia. And of course here we've got Semankaya, a big producer of SO2, doing its thing. And our Chilean friends doing their regular stuff. And of course just people pollution over here in the Brazilian coastline, going all the way into the Atlantic. And then of course our mystery, and I call it a mystery because what would cause that? The only thing I could see is perhaps a submarine volcano somewhere, and it may have started over here, and looks like the air currents are drawing it around, so likely in here somewhere, possibly Easter Island region. I still don't know. Let's go over here and take a look and see what's going on. First off, White Isle volcano still producing a fair amount of SO2. Lots of SO2 coming from Sydney, north of Sydney, and that is kind of hanging in there, and that looks a little bit weird because it's all the way down in the bottom here, so a little heavier than normal. Tofua out here in Tonga still producing SO2, and not so bad from Yasur, but we are still seeing stuff from Gawa and Aoba, and our Papua New Guinea guys are still producing pretty normal. Luotolak there doing its thing, covering all the islands to the west of it, and then of course we've got Semeru in this area, Merapi over here, and Jakarta produces a lot of SO2, but now we're seeing a heavier plume in this area, so that is likely that Krakatau is now producing larger quantities of SO2 as well. Next one, Kerinci and Marapi, not Merapi, but Marapi, and producing that. And this plume coming from Sinabung, and not so bad. And then over here, Ibu and Dakono, and they're on their Halmahera Island, are continuing to do what they do best, sliding up a little bit more, and we see larger amounts of SO2 here, and I'm still wondering if we've got something else popping that might be off-gassing, because I don't believe this is all from Mayon and Bulasan. Taal volcano looks like very little coming from it, and then of course you see the other areas higher people pollution in those areas, so kind of that's another mystery one. And we see extra stuff coming from the Japanese islands out here, and hopefully they will calm down as well. Lots of SO2 on the map today. China, definitely some heavy SO2, and not seeing very much from southern Japan. The islands here, this would be Suwanoshi-jima, and then of course Sakura-jima right here, producing some of that. Let's go up. We do see a little bit of a tinge in that area, and that is ASO, and of course it is producing some SO2. And then looking at Tokyo, there's a Tokyo, and this is a very heavy here, or getting heavier, and that is from Asama. Asama is definitely producing some relatively heavy SO2. We'll see what happens in the near future. We've already talked about the Kamchatka Peninsula and Kuril Island region there, so that's all good. Moving over, eastern India has got heavy pollution as usual. Going down here, looking at South Africa, still smelting that gold. That is pretty normal. And there in DR Congo area, we've got the two volcanoes, Goma 1 and 2, producing their stuff. And over here, it is really impossible to tell where Eruption is actually supposed to be. It should be somewhere around here. But the present circulation of that weather is pushing some of that SO2 from the oil refineries downward and into Ethiopia. Of course, Saudi Arabia having several oil refineries. You can see the heavier spots. Kuwait, of course, does as well. Same thing with Iraq here in Baghdad, and a few others that are spread out, as well as the ones over in Iran. So that's that area. And next we've got here from our wonderful Mount Etna and Stromboli, and it looks like Stromboli is producing a little bit more SO2 right now, but Etna definitely is, and we may even be getting a little bit out of a volcano. But that looks like it's a combined effort between Stromboli and Mount Etna right now. So there we go. And let's see, what else have we got? So, yeah, the mystery on the map today is, of course, this guy. You know, what caused it? How come is it there? We have fog. Uh-oh, volcanic fog. Anyway, that is really kind of interesting to see. I wonder if we can change this map. Satellite, let's see. Will it show us in the satellite? I don't know if it'll show us. If we zoom in, no, we're not going to be able to see the islands from there. They need to label them back to radar. No? Okay, what did I do? Alright, I killed our map. Let me refresh that, see if that'll fix it. Nope, it didn't. It wants me to keep looking at it the way it was. Let's go back to SO2. And there we go. Alright, Sharon says, be back later. One more gift to wrap. Son's birthday today. I'll tell him a happy birthday there, Sharon, and all good. Tahiti is west of Easter Island. Not sure if they have, if they are volcanic. I thought there is a couple of volcanoes in Tahiti. But let me look at a different map here. I just want to kind of get an idea of where it is. Where is there? I'm going to use the USGS map for a minute and take a look and see where Easter Island is. And let's see. Okay, we found Hangaroa. I don't know if that is one of the places there. And let's see. I thought Easter Island might be a little bit further in. No. Hangaroa, I think, is one of the places there. Of course, the street map really doesn't show me much. If I go to terrain, yeah, Eastern Island, and that, of course, is the Hangaroa, is the area there. That is, what do they call that island? Easter Island, Isle de Pascua. Isle de Pascua is what they call Easter Island. So right in that area, but there are a bunch of seamounds in that area as well. And that would be right in the right place. So that is right in here. So that definitely would be something in that area. Interesting stuff. So let's leave that be, and we'll get over to that weather map, and we'll bring that live for a brand new fresh one, so we can have a quick peek. And let's just point out the storms right off the bat. And we do see this Guchol over here out in the Pacific to the east and south here of Japan and Taiwan. East of Japan, east of Taiwan, south of Japan. And it is far enough away from those land masses that it shouldn't matter, but we do have all those smaller Japanese islands in that region, and I'm sure they're being affected by that storm. And then, of course, the other one here is Biparjoy, and that is, I figured it would have hit into Mumbai already, but I don't know. We'll see if it's going to make landfall in India, or if it's just going to sit out there and cruise for a while. So that is interesting as well. Anyway, looking at North America real quick, and see some warm spots there in Alaska, up to 19 degrees Celsius in the central regions. Other regions slightly cooler. Yukon is about the same here. Southeastern portions of the Yukon up to 19-20 degrees, and the northern portions a little bit colder. And we are seeing absolutely ridiculous temperatures. 33 degrees up in Northwest Territories. That is unheard of up there. 34. Wow. That is incredible. That is a record setting. That is just south of Greater Slave Lake. And that is just absolutely crazy. And we are seeing 35, 36 degree temperatures in north of in the northern portions of Alberta here. That's crazy too. Mind you, it is 29 here in Edmonton, maybe even 30. So not bad. Northern BC also warm, that high sitting here. Even a place like down for Kananaskis country is probably sweating down there. He's sitting at 24. That's actually not that bad, but Calgary is 26, and the other places a little cooler. Moving over, looking at the eastern portions, well, I call it the Middle East. Of course, that's Ontario. Middle east of Canada, that is. So a good chunk of northern Ontario quite warm, but that lobe coming out here from Hudson's Bay, going all the way down to Superior, trying to keep it a little colder. And we do see things are warming up in the below that though. And Montreal coming in at 22, Toronto sitting at about 24, Detroit 28, Chicago 27, 28, 29, depending on where you're standing, and Quebec 17, and then of course we are seeing fairly nice temperatures there in New Brunswick, and we got 12 there in, well, 12, 13, 14, and there in Halifax, and about 13 there for Cole Harbour. Awesome. And let's see, temperatures up to about 12 degrees there in Newfoundland. Looks like the Avalon Peninsula about 8 degrees right now in that area. And what we'll do is we'll kind of leave this be for after the break. We'll finish off our weather and precipitation, and find our cold and hot spots. So far we know we've got the hottest weather up, where was it? 37 degrees or something, somewhere. We'll find them anyway. We'll see what we got. Too hot for pepper. Yep, It's too hot for all dogs. That makes them hot dogs. Ha! I know, bad pun. Okay, for those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, consider doing that. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, also consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. I'm going to throw some music back on, and you're calling a pepper a hot dog? Pepper will love you. I'm going to go take a break, you guys. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava. There, we're going to... Oh, hang on. We don't want to put that on yet. I want to get you over to lava first. Lava. There we go. Now we can do that. Okay. Hit the like button. I'll be back. Keep smiling. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. I see a few more people popped in, and 6 says Amelia. Welcome, Kilauea, and also welcome to Barbarian and a Wonky Donkey. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars 2028. And I want to know what the SO2 trail in the South Pacific is all about too. I've been researching as well. Very interesting, Amelia. And that is very neat to see. Something had to cause it. That is the way it works. So why are we seeing SO2 plumes like that? Obviously, that is fairly close to a zone where we've got a divergent plate. So anything is possible that a bunch of gas had come up there, and that'll be interesting. Anyway, let's get back over what we're seeing on the screen, though, just so you know, is Hilaumaʻu crater. That is the little hornito that is on the southwestern side wall. We name it Puka, and that Puka, of course, means hole in Hawaiian. So the Kathy named it. Thank you, Kathy. Anyway, let's get back at our, we'll leave Puka be, and we'll go over here. Macquarie Island, ancient lava extrusion of volcanoes. Interesting. But that is not anywhere near there, though. We're talking about the ones in near Easter Island there, Amelia. That is the ones that I was referring to, that new plume that we're seeing there. Anyway, let's go back over to our weather map, and we wanted to take a look and see what the temps are. Just roughly, we're changing our format for doing the weather. It takes too long normally, so just going to zip across here. So we see about 19, 20 up there, and Portland, San Jose about 15. And of course, we want to get some of the hot spots. Death Valley, of course, 39 degrees or thereabouts. Pitcairn Island that has several volcanoes east of the island. That might be something there, Sue. Could be Pitcairns. Anyway, it looks like about a 39 in Death Valley for right now. That's okay there. And Mexicali sitting at a 36, Phoenix a 37, Tucson a 35, a hot temperature. And Albuquerque, New Mexico sitting at a 30 as well. Wow, we're seeing a 38, 39 degrees there in Texas. Those are high temperatures. San Antonio sitting at about 35, Houston 34, Austin 34, getting up to Dallas 29, and they are on some disturbed air there, so likely some stormy activity. Thank you for bringing up Death Valley at 38. Thanks, Sue. We see a 28 in Oklahoma City. Looks like a Little Rock is in that cooler air. Disturbed air as well, likely some storms there at 25 degrees. 29 in New Orleans, going down at the bottom here we see Miami 28, Orlando coming in about 27, Jacksonville at 26, Atlanta 29, wow. Charlotte at 27, Raleigh coming in at about 28, Virginia Beach is sitting at 21, Baltimore at 27, 27 in Philadelphia, and New York 24, and Boston is sitting at 19. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what we got going on there. Let's take a look and see if we can find some really hot temperatures down here in Mexico. 42 already is what we've got on the screen, and let's see, is there a 43 in there somewhere? I don't believe there is, but we'll just take a peek. There's another 42 over here as well, and I'm not seeing any 43s though. So quite warm in southern Mexico. Mexico City, and where is it? It's here somewhere. I'll find it. There it is. 30 degrees, 31, 29, depending on where you are there, but that is what they've got. Looks like around the Yucatan Peninsula, they are seeing in the 40-degree range as well in the southern jungle portions there, and that goes all the way into Guatemala with some really super high temperatures. And not so warm there, well, in comparison to Colombia. Colombia is actually a little cooler today, 28, 29 there for the low-lying areas, and then somewhere around 26 to 27, maybe even up to 28 there in the jungles for the most part. Some spots a little hotter, some spots maybe a little cooler. Amazon basin holding at 27, 28 degrees for the most part there. Rio de Janeiro only about 21 right now. Sao Paulo coming in at about 16. And then we slide down. Buenos Aires only 11 degrees. Paysandú coming in at about 12 right now. It looks like they've got that colder air. And the southern end of Argentina definitely noticing that as well. Quick peek at New Zealand. Looks cold, single digits for the most part. Yep, and that includes about 10 degrees at Christchurch. Wellington is only about 12 degrees. And looking at Hastings, coming in at about 11 for Hastings. Taupo about 9. And Auckland coming in at about 14. A little bit warmer over there on the peninsula. Bay of Plenty is anywhere from 15 in the east to 13 in the west. And sliding over, looking at Hobart real quick, we see about 10 degrees there. Coastline of 11, 12, 13, a little bit warmer. Southern portions of Australia extremely cool today. 12 in Melbourne, we see about 11 in Adelaide, and Canberra over here 2 degrees. Where is the dog sled races going to be held? Somewhere down here. Hopefully not. 9, 10 degrees in Sydney. That is pretty darn cold for them. 15 up in Brisbane, and hope our wonderful Oz has some warmer clothes on today. 25 is the top end that we're seeing there in Australia. And about 13 in Perth. Pretty normal, well, a little on the cool side. 25 and 24, 25 in Fiji. Vanuatu making it up to 27, but that's a couple degrees colder than normal. Same thing goes for New Caledonia. And you got to remember, it's still very early in the morning there, so these are technically their morning temperatures, and we are seeing up to about 27 in Papua New Guinea, and not bad temperatures for early morning in most of Indonesia. We see Singapore sitting at about 27, and looking at Bangkok probably about 27, 28 as well. And Manila coming in at about 29, a little bit warmer. And there's that a storm we were talking about. It definitely is still churning away. And of course, the Japanese islands running through here, so they are being affected by it. And of course, I'm sure that the other islands and the other spaces here are getting some of the recourse from that as well. That will likely move up northward here and end up getting some of Japan and that area as well. Kamchatka, not bad, is up to 17 degrees Celsius, and that we're seeing in some places, and not going to worry about that. India is holding, Delhi is sitting at 28, but they're holding a lot of heat up in the northern areas, up to 30, 32 degrees. And there's that by Parjoy storm. It's about 30 degrees and definitely still churning, coming towards the Indian coast. I figured it hit about Mumbai, but it's, I'm sure, affecting Mumbai as we speak. And looking at South Africa, pretty normal there. Cape Town about 12 degrees. Central regions here a little bit cooler, and then we get into the actual desert, and that is the Sahara Desert. We see up to a 29, there's a 40 in there, a 39, 40 degrees, but that is about it. 40 degrees being the top number for those guys. We're not seeing the really heavy temperature there. So we still have a 42 in Mexico as our high, and we are seeing here in UAE and Oman up to about 36, and southern Saudi Arabia as well. And we'll see Cairo coming in at about a 23 right now. Baghdad sitting at a 28. Looks warmer there in our wonderful Turkey, or Turkey if you want to call it that. 17 in the Malatya. We got about 22 in Adana right now. These are nighttime temperatures. Piggy's place is going to be about 20-21 degrees. So that is roughly what Piggy's temperature will be. And of course, she is confined to her sty, so she's got to grin and bear it. And 21 in Athens. Looks like things are warming up. And going over to our Redanzo over right near Mount Etna, we're seeing about 15 degrees Celsius there, so not bad. Naples 21, Rome sitting at about 20, and we'll see Milano sitting at about 20-21 as well. Pretty awesome. And we see Madrid sitting there at 20 degrees, Lisbon coming in at about 18. So that's not bad. 21 for Piggy. Thank you, Sue, for bringing that up. And Nantes here has got about 17 degrees, so Tanto is having a wonderful evening and nighttime. And then we see a 21 in Paris. Not bad there. Munich coming in at 15. Frankfurt, Maine coming in at about 19. Cologne at 22 and about 21 at the Van Konkel's house. Brussels coming in at about 121. Holland coming, or Amsterdam coming in at about 20. Berlin sitting at 19. Hamburg at 16. Copenhagen up here in Denmark 13. And Aarhus also 13 degrees. Getting up to Oslo, seeing about 11. Stockholm 10. And St. Petersburg about 10. Looking at where did Moscow go? There it is, 8 degrees in Moscow. And we see about 19 there in London. That is incredibly warm for those guys. Looks like Wales about 15 to 17 degrees. Leeds coming in about 14. And Glasgow 16 right now. Aberdeen 13 according to the map. Dublin coming in at 15. And then our wonderful Irish monk on the other side here is probably sitting at about 16 or 17 degrees. And thank you, Sue, for bringing that one up. And let's see what we got here in Iceland. Iceland is a cold place. Let's see, 7 degrees there in Reykjavik, and it says 8. Okay, 7.5 and 8 depending on where you take the temperature. Okay, but yeah, 7-8 degrees, and not that warm. We do still see some below freezing temperatures in the glacial areas, so that is what we've got. And yep, that hot streak and going all the way up into northern Canada here, and that just really kills me. that is nice to see, but that's going to cause some issues, I think. Anyway, looks like some rain up in Alaska. We do have a low sitting here circulating off the Aleutian Islands, doing its thing, and Yukon, Northwest Territories, some rain there. British Columbia definitely had gotten a bunch of rain, and hoping that'll move into Alberta and douse out any fires that we have here. And southern Alberta got some thunderstorms as well. Looks like Saskatchewan is dry and clear for the most part. Same thing with Manitoba and northern Ontario. And then we are seeing the other eastern portions of Ontario around Sudbury, some light rain, and we see some rain here along the Ontario-Quebec border and in here as well. I hope some of that rain helps with the fires, and hopefully that'll be good for them. New Brunswick, some storms there, and I'm not sure if it's raining there for doesn't look like Cole Harbour is in the rain, but there Pitcairn Island is on a hotspot like Hawaii. Pitcairn and Hawaii have a shared thing. Cool. Yes, raining. Okay, that is kind of what we see. And looking at what we see over in our wonderful Newfoundland, they've got all kinds of rain as well, and that is compliments of that low, so that is okay. Looking at the U.S. real quick, we've got multiple storms all over the place. Not going to get into details, but we do have California, northern portions, and Nevada, Utah, Wyoming, as well as Montana and Colorado, and we keep going here, Iowa, South Dakota, Minnesota, and let's see, what else we got here? St. Louis area there, and of course down in the south here, around east of Dallas, or southeast of Dallas, a fairly large storm, and that is in Louisiana and Mississippi getting nailed, and even into Alabama. And then we see down here in Florida, all kinds of different storms there. Central and portions of Central America, we are seeing lots of rain for those guys, and lots of rain for South America, the northern portion of from I guess Bolivia on northward, I guess, is the best way to describe it, in places like Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, and French Guiana, etc., etc. We do see a good chunk of the Brazilian areas are pretty dry, but down here they're still getting nailed by that system that snuck in there. Looks like Uruguay is dry, a little bit of rain in Paraguay, and most of Argentina is dry as well. Moving over a little bit and taking a look at New Zealand, South Island getting some rain, and yep, as I kind of mentioned yesterday, that seeing that system move over, I didn't realize there was another system on the backside here formed by that low and the high circulating, mixing air together, creating more rainstorms. Hopefully that'll move to the east for them, and this will cross quickly, so it looks like a secondary front behind it. And Tasmania, western side of Tasmania has got some rain. And looking at the interior here, we do see a little bit of rain in Australia, and of course the western side north of Perth has got some rain as well. Looking at the other areas, Fiji, Tonga, those areas would be fairly clear and dry. Papua New Guinea is some rain. Eastern Indonesia rain. Western Indonesia rain. And then more rain in Singapore, and going up into Thailand as well, and some storms in Myanmar, etc. Philippines, definitely got a lot of rain, and there's a nasty storm. Looks like Hong Kong getting rain as well. This guy, I don't know which way it's going, but it's certainly affecting what's going on here in Japan. They've got heavy rainfalls in a lot of places along the western coast. Looks like a rain for pretty much 3/4 of Japan right now. Kamchatka Peninsula not looking too bad. And let's see, India, not that bad for the rainy season, but Parjoy is coming. Give them a chance. Down here, southern portions of Africa, fairly dry. Madagascar looks okay. Central regions just below the desert. Of course, this is more jungle-like territory, and that is getting us some rainforesty rain, and dry over here in Saudi Arabia and Iraq and Iran, and not very much rain in Turkey right now, and we don't see anything there for a Piggy. She's going to have dry weather for a little bit. Looks like a dry weather there for our wonderful Mount Etna as well. Some isolated rain spots throughout Italy. Northern portions of Spain has some rain, and I guess central regions here of Paris, or France, I mean, has some rain, and the south here by the mountains looks like rain over in the Hungarian area, and of course I do believe that's Austria. They're doing their thing. Looks like Germany, Holland, Denmark, all pretty dry right now. And the same thing goes for Norway and Sweden and Finland. Not bad. We do see a system off the coast here of the western side of England and Scotland, and hitting Ireland, but that is okay. It's not a really huge storm. And let's go take a look at Iceland. Iceland not bad right now. We see a little bit of snow on the top, but no heavy precipitation. So that is all cool. And let's go find ourselves the coldest place on the planet, and we'll see if we can find minus 190. No, let's see. Sixth Sense Amelia says, I have to go now. Thanks for the info, Sue, Dr. Fox community. We'll definitely be having a look. Take care, Amelia, and Kia ora, be good. And the coldest temperature on the planet, let's see what we can find. Looks like it's warming up there. And let's see, minus 55, 57, 59, there, wow, minus 60, minus 62, let's see, we got to find something colder than minus 62. There's a minus 66, 67, minus 67. Do we have anything colder than minus 67? No. You're kidding me. Minus 67. All right, sign me up for that tropical vacation to Antarctica. It's only a minus 67 degrees Celsius there. All right, that is what I'm calling it, minus 67. Then right there, minus 67. So it's a tie. Oh wow, Sue found a minus 67 too. That is awesome. Okay, that is really cool. Let's wrap up our stream for today. Actually, before we go away, I did want to show you that other video. I'm going to load it up. I mentioned that Hornito beside the whatchamacallit there. I'll get on the right one. Beside the Old West event. And I'm hoping I'm bringing up the right video here. Hopefully that is it. So let's take a look at this. Yes, it is. Okay, so this is, well, I've got this video. It's about 10 minutes long, but I just wanted to share that with you. I am going to post this, but I will post it as a time lapse a little later. And CVET69, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Anyway, that is that event, that Hornito. But you're looking at it, you see some of that stuff, the plates sliding down the hill and stuff. It looks pretty cool. I have to look. Oh, you have to look. You're addicted to it. Anyway, that is that one. So that looks pretty cool, but you see the shape the actual vent is in. And this isn't the one video. I have another video here that was from a little bit earlier, I think from the previous day, and I want to show that one. It may take a little bit of finding, and of course it's this area, but they were zoomed in on it, so I'm going to see if I can find it in our stuff. There was, of course, the side event, and it was after that we looked at the other one. They looked at that guy for a while, and let's see, did we get onto it? I think they may have missed it, or maybe I have it in a different video. I think we might have it in a different video. Darn it. Or did they start out earlier here? Yeah, I think it might have been a different video, but in this one you can see how it's more of a form around it, where it's actually kind of protruding. So I thought it was kind of a neat thing. Anyway, we'll leave that guy be, and we'll look at this again. That looks pretty cool, pretty awesome. And I'll end the show with showing this one. So thank you everyone for being here, of course. This video there was from yesterday at 1851. And all cool. So be good, be kind. Thank you everyone for being here. I want to say a big thank you to our only super chatter today. It was Piggy, of course, throwing in a £2 super chat. And a big thank you to our gift givers. And that was Irish Monk, who threw in a 5-pack. And of course, Kevin Haynes also threw us a single gift in. So we do have 6 showing on the screen. And that is really, really nice. So thank you for supporting the stream, you guys. I appreciate that. It's always wonderful. And I want to say a big thank you to our moderators: Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles, and the rest of the moderators. Thank you everyone for being here. And also a big thank you to Sue for providing all that wonderful information all the time with the volcano reports, etc. And it really does help out. And thank you very kindly, Sue. That is awesome. I appreciate your efforts. And on that friendly note, it is a time for me to wrap it up. So be good and take care of yourselves. Remember, tomorrow the stream starts early again, so all good, and be good, be careful, keep smiling, and Bob's going to bring up a VolcanoX, and that'll show you the time. And on those friendly notes, it's time for me to say hasta luego, and that means see you tomorrow in Spanish. Fun, yeah, different languages. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Take care, and please, I only ask one more thing. Tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Good night, everyone. Take care, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Oink, oink.